And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined us. We are just getting started in here. Over on the left bench, we're creating some commission art pieces, and these are really simple. They're just like little cookie-shaped pieces of glass. They're called medallions. We create them with a stamp, and those are just very simple. We're cutting off that heated bit of glass, like you could see up on the screen, and then they stamp it with that stamp before letting it cool down and then finally putting it away. And at the center bench, you can see that we're creating a blown project. This piece is hollow. It has air inside of it. And this one is going to turn out as a bowl. And today we're trying to make some sort of holiday-themed pieces, so this may have some red and green in it. All right, so assuming a lot of you haven't been in a hot shop before, I just want to give you guys a little bit of a rundown. So just to point out our first furnace here, this large tank with the closed door, this is where we're getting our molten glass. We have a diagram of it up on the screen. You can imagine it's just like a giant pot of honey, except instead of honey, we have molten glass. And this stays at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it runs 24/7 to stay nice and warm. And then next, these large open face furnaces, these are for reheating only, and these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So usually just a little bit hotter so that we can heat the glass up more quickly. Now, both of those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And natural gas, you could compare it to maybe a stove that you have at home. If you have a gas-powered stove, that's pretty much the same gas. And then at our benches, you'll eventually see us using these large, fluffy flames. And a lot of you guys like to compare them to flamethrowers because you press a button and then that fire goes out. So don't be surprised when that happens. But those run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves. But the torches, they allow us to heat one specific area of glass at a time rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. And I want to walk you guys through the entire process of them making the glass. So when they start doing things such as attaching a second pipe to the bottom, as they're about to do right here, I'll just explain why they're doing that. So this is going to basically flip the orientation of the glass. So we want access to the other side of the piece that's attached to the original pipe. To break this off, they apply some water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe, and that breaks that glass off. And you'll see us do this with pretty much any blown piece. Oh, and I also want to remind everyone that if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Could be questions about the building, about the glass, about the artist. So this large metal table that we have at the center bench here, this is called the marver, and we use it to shape the glass. So when we're rolling glass on it, it's going to change the shape of it by applying pressure in certain areas, kind of like rolling Play-Doh on a table, maybe in comparison. So if we are using only clear in our glass pieces, then we can reuse that glass pretty much as many times as we want by breaking it apart and putting it back into the furnace to melt down. But if the glass has color, or in this case at the center bench we have baking soda inside of the glass, which is giving it air bubbles, that means that the glass is not pure and clear anymore. We can't put it back into the clear furnace, but we can reuse our clear glass. And I'm making my way down to the right, so I'll be with you in just a moment. So, like we broke that piece off with a little bit of water, if we need to break glass off of the pipe that's left over, we just dunk it into a bucket of water, usually around the corner a little bit. We keep it around the corner because putting glass in water is going to cause thermal shock. It's going to crack and break apart, and that glass can actually pop pretty far, so we want to keep it away from us. So when it comes to shaping glass, we can do many different things using many different tools, just as long as we're not touching the glass with our hands because it's super hot. So in this case, they would blow a bubble and then they would shape it using maybe a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And that might sound like an odd tool, but it's really close to using our hands. We just have a pad and we're rolling the glass inside of that pad. And so this creates a cone shape depending on where we're applying that pressure. So that's one way that we can get a shape in blown glass, or we can even use molds by blowing a bubble into a wooden mold or a metal mold. So there's just many, many different ways we can get any shape we want, just as long as we're not touching it. So I just got a really good question about color, and we haven't really seen how they apply the color yet. So I just want to explain real quick. Over on this left bench, they actually have a small metal bowl by the furnace, and inside of this bowl, you can kind of see it by the furnace there are small shards of colored glass. The color in the glass itself comes from different metals being mixed in. So a good example of this is maybe cobalt blue glass. You may have heard of that. This is literally cobalt metal mixed into the glass to get that blue color. And then we simply crush this up and we can roll the clear glass inside of the colored shards, or there's many other ways of applying color as well, and I'll make sure to point them out if we ever see any more. So the torches will usually run pretty consistently, if not constantly, just so that if something's getting cold, all we have to do is reach back, grab that torch, and use it right away. We don't have to bother going through the process of igniting that torch in the first place. So it's just for convenience, so we can very quickly use that torch if we need to. So I've had this question a couple of times as well, and the answer has stayed the same, surprisingly. But using this large furnace that I was just talking about, actually, this one, you'll notice that this one is quite bigger than the other ones here. Now, you'll rarely see that furnace turned on. I've seen it on a couple of times, and this one time that it was on, they created an 80-pound clear glass bell jar. It's so big that you guys could crawl inside of it and curl up into a ball. So before I answer that question, at the center bench, you can see that they've just broken this little bolt off. I just wanted to point out that they usually will torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends, and sometimes to even stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Once this piece is finished, this is put into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this will slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And it's staying in there at 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Then with the press of a button, it cools down. I always want to point that out. So it keeps everything inside of it warm until we're ready to cool everything down at the same time. And next, I had a question about the cone that we're inside of, so I wanted to talk about that for a moment. So this cone is pretty large, and it is actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here. And this area used to be used for a lot of logging. So they had these leftover wood scraps that they would burn, and these burners were called wigwam burners. And so this is just kind of based off of what this area used to be used for, which was those wood burners. And it's tilted on its side just to give us a little bit more floor space as well, so we have some more room for the machinery back there. So it's a little bit hard to see for some of you guys, so I'll just hold up a little piece for you all. But this is a piece of cane. So just like candy cane, we have glass cane. You'll notice it looks pretty similar, huh? So this is solid clear glass in the center, and then they've wrapped some color around the outside just to use as little color as possible. We don't want to waste color. And we'll use this to get designs in our glass, much like these pieces on the front pedestal right here. So we have those perfectly spaced, even stripes of color. And so that's just another way to apply color to our glass. As I mentioned earlier, there's many different ways to apply that color. So you may see some of that today. So at the center bench here, Sarah's getting started on that next project, and we actually do have a small bubble inside of this glass already. You can imagine this metal pipe as a giant straw. So when you blow air in one side, it's going to push through and blow out the other side. So when we have glass on the other side, this is going to trap that air and create a bubble. And so from here, we just gather more and more layers of glass, and then we continue to blow and blow that bubble bigger. And this is going to create a bigger piece overall, as well as kind of thinning those walls out. Yeah, so this tool that they're using at the center bench, this is called the block. As you can see, it's made out of wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. That's what they keep dunking it inside of in that bucket. We just have some water. And this is smoothing and evening all of that fresh, clear glass out. You'll usually see them use this tool right after a fresh, clear gather. And we actually do have a lot of different wooden tools in the hot shop, especially these little paddles that you can see kind of leaned up against the side of the bench. And it's important that we have wooden tools sometimes because wood is actually an insulating material. When you touch something hot to wood, it's not really going to suck a lot of that heat out. Meanwhile, if you touch metal to something hot, it can pull some of that heat out. And a good way to think about this is if you're sitting on a wooden bench compared to a metal bench. You can feel the metal bench almost as if it's cold, but it's actually the heat being pulled out of you. Just a little interesting fact. So I want to introduce everyone to what's happening right now in the hot shop and give you guys a little overview of the hot shop, such as the temperatures of the furnaces. So first off, at the center bench, we're working on our main projects for the day, and these are all holiday-themed items. So we're using a lot of reds and greens and creating some trees and some bowls. Right now, we've been working on bowls first, and you'll notice this glass has a little bit of a foggy quality to it, and this is because the glass was actually dipped into a mixture of baking soda and water, and the baking soda actually stuck to the surface of the glass. We gather one more layer of glass over top of that, and this traps air bubbles inside of the glass. It's a really cool process. I'll make sure to point it out when it happens again. And to start us off with our overview, behind Ben in the back here, we have this large tank with the closed door. And this is our glass furnace. It stays at a pretty steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it holds up to around 1,000 pounds of glass. And then our open face furnaces, these are used for reheating only, and these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, both of these furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And I like to point out that's kind of like a natural gas stove that some of you might have at home. And so at the center bench, once again, we're creating a bowl, and I believe that this is going to have red or green accents to it, but it is mostly clear right now. And I want to remind everyone that if anyone has any questions about the building, about the art, about the artists, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. So I want to point out a couple of things relating to color. Down on this table here, we have small sticks of glass called cane. So just like candy cane, we have glass cane. This is just solid glass. And it has color inside of it to give us these perfectly spaced stripes of color inside of our pieces, just like this one on the front pedestal here. So that's just one way to apply color to our glass. All we do is we lay those little sticks out, and then we roll a molten clear glass bubble over top of the sticks of glass, and that picks them up. And then another way that we use color, you'll see over on the left bench, we have a small metal bowl right in front of the furnace. And this has small shards of colored glass inside of it called frit. We roll the clear glass inside of those shards of colored glass, and it picks them up, creating a speckled layer of color across our piece. So both on the left side of the hot shop and the right side of the hot shop, we have these large black boxes on the far walls, and these are called annealers. This is where we put all of our glass away to cool down. It's staying at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it starts to slowly cool everything inside of it down. So you'll see us put this bowl in there once it's finished. And over on the left, if I didn't describe it already, they're creating a commission piece. So they're making, I think they said 1,000 of these little medallions of glass, basically just these little cookie-shaped pieces of glass. And those tally marks on the black door are how many they've made so far today. So at the center bench, they're creating something called a lip wrap. They've just barely touched a piece of color onto the opening of this glass piece. And then as they turn the glass piece, this is pulling and following along the entire opening. So now we'll have a rim of green around the opening of this piece. And once again, that color was from the frit, those little shards of colored glass inside of that metal bowl on the table. Yes, so this is something good to point out. Whenever we're working on our glass pieces, it's going to glow orange or red, kind of like it is right now. And then as that glass starts to cool down more and more, it's going to become more of its true color. In this case, the piece is mostly clear and that rim is supposed to be a green. So when it's fully cooled down, you'll be able to see that green a lot more. And I like to compare this to lava. When lava is hot, it's glowing that bright orange. As it cools down, it becomes gray or black rock again. So I'll answer your question in just a moment. But right here, they were just torching the bottom briefly to get rid of leftover sharp ends. And like I mentioned earlier, this is going into the annealer to slowly cool down. So welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. I see a few new faces here and there, so I wanted to introduce you guys to what's going on. So at the center bench, we're working on making some holiday items. Specifically, so far, we have been making some bowls. And then over on that left bench, we're creating this commission art project. We're creating, I think, 1,000 of these little medallions of glass. And they've been working on this for at least a week. And all those tally marks on the door there are just how many they've made today. They're just going to be working on that all day as hard as they can. And at the center bench, we've been working with this glass here. I'm not sure if you saw, but they dipped the glass into a baking soda and water mixture. That's what was inside of this white bucket, kind of on the right side of the hot shop here. And that baking soda stuck to the glass when the water evaporated and created these air bubbles when we gathered one more layer of glass over top. So right now this glass looks kind of like a foggy white, but it's actually just because there's all these super tiny air bubbles all within the glass. And so now that we have those air bubbles as our design, we're going to just continue to blow this bubble out to create our bowl. And these are pretty small bowls so far, and they usually will have an accent of a red lip or a green lip, just to kind of go with that holiday theme. And on our front pedestals, we have some examples of some holiday pieces that were made yesterday, I believe. They just came out of the furnace after cooling down overnight. So you'll be able to see those in the store eventually. And if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know. That applies to everyone in the audience. Now, when it comes to coloring the glass over on that left bench, we're just using a blue frit, F-R-I-T. These are little shards of colored glass, and they're inside of a metal bowl by the furnace. That's why they're rolling the glass inside of that bowl over and over again, as they're getting that layer of blue color. And that's just one of many ways that we can get color for our glass. Now at the center bench here, they've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, and the second pipe that we attach is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is to break this piece away from its original pipe by applying a little bit of water and then tapping the pipe. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece with that little opening, and we can start to open it up and turn it fully into that bowl. So just like earlier, to break this piece off, they applied a little bit of water and then tapped the pipe. And this piece is finished, so they're just going to torch those leftover sharp ends before putting this away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This will slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And we have all of our pieces that we made in there earlier as well. Everything's staying at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we press a button, and then it slowly cools down. And they'll get started on that next one at the center bench pretty soon here. And for everyone who just joined, at the center bench, we're working on making some holiday pieces. So far, they've just been bowls. So we'll have a bowl with these little air bubbles all inside of that glass, and then a rim of either green or red just around the opening of the piece. And on the front pedestals, we have some examples of some pieces that were made yesterday. These are also holiday themed, of course. So we have a lot of red and green, as well as these cute little festive trees. And then over on the left bench, we're specifically working on some commission pieces. They have to make about 1,000 of these little medallions of glass. And these are specifically little blue medallions. You can kind of see in the background up on the screen. So they just cut off that bit of molten blue glass, and then they stamp it with that specific stamp that has the design they need. They allow this to cool down for just a little bit before they put it away, just like our other pieces inside of an annealer. And all those tally marks on that black door on our annealer to the left of the hot shop, this is how many they've made so far today. I've had a couple of people ask me about those tally marks, so I wanted to share that real quick. And I want to remind everyone, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It can be questions about the glass process, questions about the artist, questions about the building, pretty much anything. And assuming a lot of you guys haven't been in a hot shop before, I want to point out a couple of furnaces. So first off, we have this large tank with a closed door here. You can see the door has a glow coming from behind it. And this is where we're getting all of our clear glass. Inside of this furnace, we have about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, up to. And it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. There's a little diagram of it up on the screen. This runs 24/7 to make sure that glass stays nice and hot for us. Then these open face furnaces at each bench, these are used for reheating only. They run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit hotter. And these we have multiple of just so that we can work at multiple benches at the same time. There's not really a difference between the ones that are on right now. They both run off of natural gas and forced air, kind of like a gas stove at home, that same gas material. And at each bench, we also have one of these large fluffy flames. These will run pretty consistently or pretty constantly, just so that we can grab that torch whenever we need it and immediately use it on our glass. Up on the screen, I want to point out, inside of this metal bowl, we have all these shards of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. So we'll take our clear molten glass and roll it inside of the frit, and this is going to give us our color for our pieces. For this piece specifically, we want a blue. And the colors themselves come from different metals being mixed into the glass. We don't mix them ourselves, but for example, we might use cobalt metal mixed into glass to get a cobalt blue. or tin and antimony. Tin, like a tin can, mixed into glass, creates white. Now, over on the right side of the hot shop, Sarah just dipped this glass into a bucket. Inside of this bucket, we have a mixture of water and baking soda. You kind of saw that steam rising from outside of the bucket. And the baking soda is going to be left behind when that water evaporates, just creating a small layer of that baking soda on the surface of the glass. And they're going to gather one more time over top of this, and this will trap air bubbles in between those two layers of glass from the baking soda. And that's how we're getting those little air bubbles that you kind of saw with that last piece we made. So now that we have that baking soda layer on our glass, they're gathering one more time over top. And now you all will get to see what this looks like after we've trapped the baking soda in between those two layers of glass. And this glass is fresh from the furnace. The surface layer of this glass might be around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So down on this front table, some of you may have noticed that we have pieces of glass cane. So just like candy cane, we can have glass cane as well. And this is to get some of our holiday themed pieces, such as these pictures down on the front pedestal right here. You can see we have these perfectly evenly spaced stripes of color. And this was achieved by laying these cane pieces out and then rolling a clear bubble over top of the cane to pick them up. So that's just another way that we can color our glass on top of everything that we've already been doing today. So now at the center bench, Sarah's going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades, and carving a jack line into the glass. That's that divot you see forming near the pipe. You can see a really good view of this up on the screen too as well, if you didn't notice. And this is where we're going to remove this bowl from the pipe in just a little bit, is from that little divot. And that nozzle they just used for a second there, this is just blowing some compressed air and kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. This is going to cool that glass down a little bit more fast than if we were to just leave it alone. And if you haven't noticed already, this pad that's being used at the center bench here is simply a stack of newspapers, and they'll usually spray some water onto this or completely soak it in water as well, just to help prevent it from burning a little bit. And this can be used to shape the glass. It's pretty much as close as we could get to using our hands to shape the glass. And could I actually have that cane pulling video if it's easy to pull up? I've had a few questions about cane. So up on the screen, there's going to be a silent video, so I'll talk over it. This is a video of making the cane, which were those sticks of colored glass that I held up earlier. So as you can see, we have that color on the inside of some layers of clear. We have to attach a second pipe to the end of that glass, and this allows them to stretch that glass across pretty much the entirety of our hot shop. They can stretch this out pretty far. Now, if we were creating a twisted cane, kind of like a candy cane, while they were pulling this, they would be turning the pipes in opposite directions at the same time, twisting that glass. Once that's cooled down, they will chop it up into usable pieces and eventually roll a clear bubble over top of those pieces of cane, which you'll see in the video as well. And like I mentioned earlier, this is going to create those perfectly evenly spaced stripes of color across our piece, just like this picture up on the screen. Now with this piece, they specifically created some extra designs within that cane. They kind of zigzagged them a little bit, but you can leave them stick straight. You can twist them to give it a candy cane appearance. You can pretty much do anything you want with it from there. And at the center bench, we have attached a second pipe to the bottom of our piece. The second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is going to allow us to break this bowl off from its original pipe. You can see a good view of that up on the screen. So now we have access to the other side of the piece where we have that opening, and we can start to open this up into a bowl. So I just got a good question about what we do with glass when we mess up on something. And I've had this question a few times. It depends on how big the mess up is. Usually we could correct it. If we can't correct it and it's colored glass, we have to throw it away. But if it's broken and it's clear glass, we can actually reuse that clear glass completely. We could just break it apart, put it back into the furnace to melt down again, since our furnace is all clear glass as well. So that's a nice thing about using clear. Now at the center bench, they just briefly used a tool that has a cone shape to it, and this is called a sophietta. And that cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows us to blow just a little bit more air into the piece, even though we've already removed it from that hollow pipe that we started off with. So some of the reds in glass can be really expensive. There's a couple of different reds that I've heard about. One of them comes from copper mixed into the glass, and one of them comes from gold chloride mixed into the glass, which literally comes from gold. And that's why that is the most expensive colors, because we're using gold to create that red. They call it a ruby red or a cranberry red. So once again, as you can see, when the glass is hot, it's going to be glowing this bright orange or red. And then as it cools down, it becomes more and more of its true color. In this case, we have applied that green to the lip or the opening of the piece. And so as this glass cools down, the true green color will come to the surface, and you'll be able to see that. And now this is just going to rest in the annealer, once again, at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's just staying in there at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, it slowly cools down. And welcome back into the hot shop to everyone who just joined. And just like earlier, we're still working on these same projects. We're working on some festive bowls at the center bench. And then over on that left bench, we're still continuing to make that commission piece where we're stamping that blue glass over and over again. And just let me know if anyone has any questions. I do recommend going up and looking at some history on the museum up there. It's pretty cool. It's a really good view of the hot shop. It's a little bit closer to the glass art itself. Now, at the center bench, it looks like they're going to dip this glass bubble pretty soon. So if you want a good view of that, they're about to dip that into that white bucket. So they'll dunk it in there a couple of times. Once again, the water is evaporating off the surface of the glass pretty much immediately, leaving that layer of baking soda behind. Now, for anyone who hasn't seen this tool yet, at the center bench, they just briefly use that wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. This kind of smooths and evens out all of that fresh, clear glass that they gather. So you'll usually see them use that tool after gathering that clear. And next, Sarah goes in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. Yes, this is just a stack of newspapers, and that's it. And this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So the newspapers do slowly burn, which is why the surface of them is black. It's kind of turned to charcoal a little bit. But they burn kind of slowly, layer by layer, because the newspapers themselves are soaked in water. So it does burn relatively slowly, but of course when we soak paper in water, it can kind of start to fall apart. So they only last a few days, really. And then once again, Sarah's going in with that pair of jacks, creating something called the jack line, kind of squeezing down. She's not cinching all the way down when she's squeezing that line in. We want to make sure that air can still pass through that opening and into the bubble. And after heating that glass up a little bit, you saw that Sarah held the bubble towards the ceiling. And this is actually allowing that glass to kind of slump down on itself. It's giving them a little bit more of a squat shape, or a little bit of a wider, flatter shape. So we use gravity as a tool quite a bit. We can hold it up like we just did to get that squatter shape, or we can hold it down to stretch the bubble and make a longer shape, like for a vase or a cup, as an example. And of course, to give this bowl a flat bottom, they just use a wooden paddle on the bottom of this bubble. And this is just so that it sits flat on a even surface, such as a table. And once we have the bottom of this complete, some of you may remember, we're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom. Now at the center bench, this is pretty brief, but you actually saw Sarah went in with a little piece of glass cane and marked the center of the bottom of the piece. And this can usually help them hit the center of the piece with that second pipe a little bit easier, kind of like creating a target for them to hit. Now that they have that second pipe attached, they apply a little bit of water and then tap the pipe. And if I haven't explained this already, the water that they apply is causing shocking and cracking in the glass from the extreme temperature change. And so from those cracks, it is easier to break the piece off by just hitting the pipe, creates a vibration that travels to those cracks, and it just breaks it off very cleanly. So in this case, the extra glass that's left over on the pipe has some baking soda inside of it, so it's no longer pure and we can't really reuse it. And so what we do is we put it into a bucket of water to sort of break that glass purposefully off of the pipe, and then we place it aside and just let it sit as it slowly starts to break off. And then we eventually just throw the leftover scraps of glass away, especially if there's color or any foreign material such as baking soda in it. So we get our glass mixture shipped in. So usually places will create the exact mixture that we need because the glass is created from silica sand, as most glass is, and then a little bit of soda ash and limestone to kind of lower the melting point. So instead of the glass melting at maybe like 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it melts at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that saves a little bit of energy. So we use a little bit less gas, but at the same time, that means that we're using soft glass. It's a little bit softer, lower melting point, which means we can't microwave it, we can't dishwash it, we have to be a little bit more careful. And as for the glass itself, you know, there's just specific companies that we get the glass shipped in from, including our color, which usually comes in bar form like this. So we don't mix the color. We do melt the glass, but that's pretty much it. So when we work with borosilicate, these guys, they actually don't work with borosilicate in the hot shop as if they were working with soft glass. We usually work on the end of a torch that's mounted onto a table. And then we'll have these rods of glass, kind of like the cane that I held up earlier. And using that, we can create smaller objects usually. Sometimes you can have some thicker tubing and you can create bigger objects such as like beakers and other scientific glass items. And borosilicate, you can microwave, you can dishwash. It's a completely different type of glass. It's kind of a hard texture to describe. It's like a sand mixture that's been clumped together. So it's a little bit grainy and kind of clumpy, and they pour it into the furnace. A cake mix. It's a good way to describe it. It's a little bit chalky looking almost. And they just dump it into the furnace in these giant metal tubes, and it melts down for 3 days. And it melts for 3 days also to allow air bubbles to rise to the surface and disperse before we use the glass so that we don't have air bubbles trapped inside of the glass. So I just received a correction from one of our glass blowers. The cooking process of the glass actually is usually an overnight process, so they'll fill it up and then they actually turn the temperature up much higher than it usually would be to about 2400 degrees Fahrenheit. And then at least overnight, it should be able to disperse all those air bubbles and they can use it the next day. Now at the center bench, I probably haven't pointed this tool out yet. You'll notice it looks really similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but instead we have two wooden blades, and that's why there's a little bit of a fire inside of that bowl, is because those wood blades are burning. And these are called the pachofis. We can use the blades on the inside of the glass piece, and it's not going to gouge or scrape at that glass. It's going to be a lot gentler. Now, this little piece of glass that's being used on the bottom of the piece is just a piece of cane, and this is marking the center of the bottom, just so that they sort of have a target when they place the second pipe on the bottom. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is to break the piece off from its original pipe. So this will give us access to that other side of the piece. And to break it off, all they do is apply a little bit of water to that breaking area, causing purposeful shocking and cracking in the glass. And then when we tap the pipe, this creates a vibration that travels to those small cracks, breaks it cleanly off every time. Now there is some excess glass left on that original pipe, but all they have to do to break this off is, once again, just dunking this in water, causing some shocking and cracking. And then over time, those pieces of glass start to pop away from the pipe, and then they're left with a clean pipe once again. And if I didn't point out to our newcomers already, over on that left bench, we're working on some commission pieces. You can kind of see up on the screen in the background. They're just dropping these hot bits of blue glass onto a table and then stamping a stamp onto the top of it, just creating these little medallions over and over again. This commission piece requires about 1,000 pieces of these glass. They'll usually make a little bit more on top of that, just in case any of them break or aren't perfect. After each piece is finished, this is placed into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. We also have one on the right for pieces at the center bench. But these boxes hold everything inside of them at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we press a button, and then it slowly cools down overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. It's really important that we cool that glass down slowly and heat it up slowly. And at the center bench, you're going to see how we get some of our color for these pieces. So Ben has some molten glass on the end of his pipe, and he's rolling it into this bowl on the table. Inside of this bowl, we have frit. These are little shards of colored glass that stick to the clear molten glass and create almost a speckled layer of color on the outside of our piece. And the more layers we get of this color, the more solid that color is going to appear. And now that they have that color, this is brought over to the rim of this bowl. When they touch down and turn, this will follow all the way around, creating something called a lip wrap. So this is just going to give them a rim of a completely different color than the rest of the body of the piece. And they've been switching between red and green for these little lip wraps, just to have that festive theme continue. And you'll notice whenever we create these lip wraps, we always apply them when the opening is pretty small. And then as we open this up the rest of the way, this is going to smooth and even that fresh colored glass out. If we were to apply it later on in the process, it would remain kind of chunky and a little bit uneven, but now it has time to fully melt into the rest of the piece and kind of smooth out. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined us. Today we have a couple of different things going on, as you'll notice. Over on that left bench, our Hot Shop team is continuing to work on this large commission project. They have to make 1,000 of these small medallions of glass, which are just little cookie-shaped pieces of glass that they use a stamp on. So they're going to continue doing that over there. These are going to end up a blue color. Right now it's really hard to tell what color the glass is because it's so hot, but as it cools down it becomes more of that blue color. And at the center bench, we're continuing to work on these festive pieces for our store. Specifically, today we are working on some festive bowls. And these each are finished off with a little rim of red glass or green glass. And as you can see, they just finished this one off, so they broke the piece off with a little bit of water. And they're going to torch the bottom to get rid of just a little bit of leftover sharp ends on the bottom of this piece. And this is going to be put away in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This will keep it at a pretty steady 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it will slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. You can see all of our previously made pieces in there as well. And over on that left bench, you can see how we're getting our color for these pieces today. Inside of that little metal bowl by the furnace, we have these shards of colored glass called frit. You can see a good example of it up on the screen. You'll see them rolling that glass in there. So this is where we're getting our color today. And of course, this is going to give us a little bit more of a speckled look, but the more and more color we apply, the more solid this is going to appear. And this is just one way of applying color. We apply color in many different ways as well. And after cutting that glass off, they're able to torch to get rid of any leftover sharp ends before stamping it. And it looks like we're getting started on our next bowl at the center bench. So you guys will get to see from the beginning of this process. And something else special about these bowls is that we're using baking soda to get air bubbles inside of the clear portion of the bowl, which you guys probably saw with the last piece. And I just want to remind you guys, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And it looks like at the center bench, we have switched off of our project for bowls and onto something else. So I just wanted to point out real quick this white bucket that we have next to the furnace here. Inside of that is just a mixture of water and baking soda. And when we dunk that glass into that mixture, the water instantly evaporates off of the surface of the glass, just leaving that baking soda layer behind. I just wanted to explain that so you guys had an idea of how we got those air bubbles for our first piece. And this piece of the center bench that they're making now looks like it's most likely going to be a decorative cup. So this is going to be that main body of the cup, the drinking part, and they're going to add a little stem and a foot. So a hot bit of glass has just been brought over, and this is also just going to be clear. And this is creating that first part of the attachment section in between the body of this cup and the foot. This is called the avolio, that little connection point. And this is a pretty similar process to making a goblet, which is like a really fancy drinking glass with a stem and a foot. Except most likely this time we're going to have a pretty small stem, if not a non-existent stem. Now, while we're working on any sort of piece, we always have to make sure the entire piece of glass is staying nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. So you can see we're going to go in and out of the furnace every few seconds or so, and this is just going to make sure that everything is staying nice and warm. This is called flashing. And for those who just joined, we're just working on a couple of projects right now. At the center bench, we're making a small sort of decorative drinking glass. And then over on that left bench, we've been working on this commission project. Looks like they just took a break from that right now. But this is just making these little medallions of blue glass over and over again. They said that they needed to make about 1,000 of those. So it's a pretty big project, even though it's a relatively simple process. And at the center bench, Sarah has just held this pipe upright. And Ben has come over with a small clear bubble. This is dropped right onto the bottom of that connecting point. And this is the first step to creating something called a blown foot. So this is going to just be a really thin-walled, light foot. And the bubble is completely sealed off right now, so they need to open up the end of this bubble in order to flare it out. The way that they're going to do that is by going in with a pair of jacks, just like Sarah is right here. And she's not cinching all the way down. She's leaving an opening so that air can go through into those two separate parts of the bubble. Then cutting off that end piece, we should be left over with a small opening in the end of that bubble. And to open this foot up, we just go in with that same pair of jacks and slowly flare this open. And there is quite a bit of heat maintained in that glass since it's relatively fresh. So this will be a pretty quick process of opening that foot up. I guess a good example of this is this little cup I have here. It's pretty similar. It just doesn't have that fancy little connection point that we have on this glass here called the avolio. So this right here, I get asked about it a couple of times here and there, but this is called the garage, and any glass that we put inside of it is kept nice and warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So sometimes we'll use it to preheat pieces of color, such as this right here. We have to heat up the glass slowly, otherwise it can burst. And if we want to set a project aside, we can simply just put it in there on the end of the pipe, just have the pipe hanging out, and then take it out later on and continue that project. And now a second pipe has been brought over, and this is placed right into the center of the bottom of that foot. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. Purpose of the punty, just as you saw, is to break the piece away from its original pipe. So now we have access to the top side of the cup, and we can start to open it up and finish it off. Now, while that connection is still hot and the body of this piece is still pretty cold, it's brought back so that they can make sure everything is on center, just as they were doing right now. And after heating up the opening of this piece, Sarah goes in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece before trimming off all of that excess glass there. Whenever we break a piece off from its original pipe, that connecting area is usually just a little bit thicker and it's a little bit uneven from that break, just kind of imperfect. So we're getting rid of those imperfections in that thick glass by trimming a little bit away. And now to fully open this up, Sarah goes in with that same pair of jacks and is able to slowly start to flare this open. And since this glass is pretty thin, it's going to heat up quickly, but also cool down quickly. So they're going back and forth from the furnace to the bench pretty frequently here. And these paddles that we use are actually just made of wood, if you didn't already notice. And the wooden paddles are really helpful because it's kind of an insulating material. If we touch the hot glass to the wood paddle, it's not going to suck any heat out of the glass. And we can use it to even this opening out. That's what they're doing when they're pushing this wooden paddle against the opening. And that piece is finished. Yeah, it was pretty perfect so far. Now, that was our last piece before our lunch break, so if anyone has any final questions, now is a good time to ask them. He's just putting some water into that glass to break it, just for fun to mention. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. We will get started in just a moment here. We've been working on 2 different projects today at the center bench. We'll have our main project going on, which is the creation of bowls for our Museum of Glass store. And we're going with a more festive theme today. We're using some red and green wraps around the opening of the piece to have that rim of a festive color. And we're just kind of alternating between the red and the green. And then over on that left bench, I'm not sure if they're going to do this again, but we've been working on this really large commission piece over there, which is just creating these blue medallions of glass, which are just like little cookie-shaped pieces of glass. And it looks like they are going to get started on that over there as well. And the way that we're getting that blue color for our piece, as you can see, we have a bowl with this blue crushed up glass inside of it, and this is called frit. So we'll take our clear molten glass and we'll roll it inside of the frit, and this will stick to the outside and create a speckled layer of color. The more layers of color we gather, the more solid that color is going to appear. And at the center bench, Sarah's getting started on that bowl. I'll give you all just a little overview of the hot shop real quick, just in case some of you haven't been in one before. So this furnace that we're gathering our glass from is the large tank with the closed door. And this holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten at that temperature, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we had to do is stick our heated pipe into that glass and turn, and it gathers a ball on the end, just like that image above. And then all we have to do is blow into the end of our hollow pipe, just like a straw, that air passes all the way through and inflates that glass like a balloon. So now we have our small bubble on the end of that pipe. Now to continue working with our glass, we have to keep it warm. This is where our open face furnaces are coming into play. We have one of these at each bench, and since we're using 2 benches today, we have 2 running. So there's not really a difference between those 2 furnaces. We just needed multiple for multiple projects at the same time. These run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on how quickly we want to heat that glass up. And at the center bench, we're also going to be doing another interesting thing. We're taking our glass and we're going to be dipping it into this white bucket next to the furnace. You can see Sarah doing that now. And inside of this bucket, we have a mixture of just water and baking soda. The water will instantly evaporate off the surface of the glass, just leaving that layer of baking soda behind. And when we gather one more layer of clear glass over top of that, the baking soda is trapped in between 2 layers of glass, creating all these little air bubbles inside of the glass. And so this is just going to give us a little bit more of a visual texture for this piece. And for those who just joined, I was just talking about our project at the center bench here. These are eventually going to turn into bowls, and they're going to have a clear base with those air bubbles inside, and then we'll have a colored rim around the opening of our bowl. And these are eventually going into the Museum of Glass store. And our themes for today are supposed to be a little bit more festive, so we have some red and some green for these bowls. And then once again, over on that left bench, this is a completely different project. This is just a commission project. So they're making, they said, 1,000 of those little medallions. And if I haven't said so already, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It could be questions about the building that we're in. It could be questions about the glass process. Anything is fine. And as you can see at the center bench, we have gathered one more layer of that clear. And we're now using a wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block. This is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. You'll usually see them using that tool right after that fresh, clear gather, kind of smoothing and evening all of that new glass out. And this next tool that we're using, you can see on the screen, this is simply a stack of newspapers. We'll usually either soak them in water or splash water onto the surface of them. But as you can see, this is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. It's just that small pad of material in between the glass and your hand. And I haven't mentioned this torch yet. This torch is running off of propane and oxygen, unlike the furnaces, which are running off of natural gas and forced air. This large, fluffy flame torch runs at around the same temperature as the furnace, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But with the torch, we can focus some heat to one specific area rather than heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace. And we usually keep these constantly going just so that if we suddenly need to use it or grab it, all we have to do is reach back and grab it. We don't have to worry about igniting it again. So the baking soda was used earlier on before we gathered one more layer of clear, and it was trapped in between the two layers of clear. It creates air bubbles inside of the glass. It's just a visual effect that they're trying to achieve for this piece. And this paddle right here is simply made out of wood, just like that block that we used earlier. And they used it to flatten the bottom of our piece, so now this will sit evenly on a flat surface such as a table. And once we have the lower half of this piece complete, which is where we were paddling the bottom, we're going to attach a second pipe to the bottom of this piece and then break it away from its original pipe, the one that it's attached to right now. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece and give us access to the other side. So whenever we're applying pressure to the outside of our glass piece, whether it's paddling the bottom or trying to create a different shape, such as maybe a teardrop shape with two flat sides, we always want to keep our finger or our hand on the end of the pipe, because the pipe is like a giant straw, so air can come in and come out. So if we're applying pressure to the glass, the air can leave the glass and kind of leave us with a little bit of an uneven or deflated shape, depending on what we're doing. So now we've just attached that second pipe to the center of the bottom of this piece. And this second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the puntee. Once again, the purpose of the puntee is basically to flip the orientation of the piece. So we've just broken that off. And we're left over with an opening. We can start to open it up and turn it fully into a bowl from here. And as you can see, we've opened up this bowl just a little bit, but they're leaving the opening small because they're about to apply some color right around the rim or the opening of this piece. So this is just going to lightly touch down, and then as they turn, this will follow all the way around, creating something called a lip wrap. So this is how we get that separate rim of color from the rest of the body of the piece. And we always leave the opening pretty small when we apply this lip wrap. So as we open it up, it'll smooth out and stretch out to become a little bit thinner. And the color for this piece, it's really hard to see right now because the glass is so hot. whenever glass is hot, I just like to compare it to lava. It's going to glow this bright orange or red, and then as it cools down, you see more and more of that true color. So in this case, it could be green or it could be red. I missed the color that they were rolling it in. And the color for this, of course, was gotten from frit, those little shards of colored glass, just like we were doing over on that left bench as well. And for those who just joined, I just wanted to give a little recap again. At the center bench, we're creating some festive bowls for the store. And these are just going to be mostly clear, have these little air bubbles inside of the main body. And then, of course, you just saw we applied that little lip wrap, so we'll have one rim of color. And we're just alternating between green and red today. And these pieces on the front pedestals here, these were made yesterday. So we're continuing to create this festive theme for the store. And this tool that they just briefly used at the center bench, I want to point it out, that cone-shaped tool that's called the Sophietta. The cone, as you saw, blocks off the opening to the piece and allows them to blow just a little bit more air in, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe. So it's the only way we can get air in now. So this has just kind of expanded the shoulder, created a little bit of a wider piece. And now they'll be able to start opening this up and flaring it out. Now this tool here, it looks pretty similar to the jacks, which are those two metal blades, but you'll notice instead we have wooden blades. These are called the pachofis, and we can actually push the tip of the blades on the inside of the piece. It's not going to cause any gouging or scraping, so we can widen the piece from the inside using these blades. Unlike the metal ones, which you can imagine kind of scrape at the inside of the piece. And something interesting that I think I want to share with everyone is these pieces that were made yesterday, all or most of them have cane involved in the piece. And just like candy cane, we have glass cane. So I wanted to show you all a little video of how we make this cane in the first place. So could I have that cane pulling video, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, this is going to be a silent video, so I'll talk over it. But we start off with some color on the end of our pipe. Usually wrap a couple of layers of clear around this as well. Then we'll attach a second pipe to the other end before pulling the two pretty much as far as it can go without thinning that glass out too much. And this is going to create that individual color of cane. Now this is just going to be that solid single color of cane. If we wanted a multicolored cane, kind of like a candy cane, we'd have to lay multiple of these individual sticks out before picking those up with some more glass and then turning that into cane itself. So it's just a whole complicated process. Takes a lot of work. And to pick this cane up onto a bubble, they just have a fresh, hot layer of clear glass, and they'll roll this over top of the canes, picking them up individually. And that's why we have that perfectly spaced, even striping of color for these pieces. And you'll notice that we're using this wooden paddle to press against the opening of this piece now as well. So as a piece is slowly opening up, to make sure that that rim is staying even, they usually will just apply a little bit of pressure with that wooden paddle. And eventually they may even apply pressure to the top and the bottom of the bowl at the same time to make sure that it sits evenly on a flat surface. And it looks like they're happy with how this bowl is turned out, so they're getting ready to put it away. You can always tell when they're getting ready to put it away because you'll see somebody dressed up in those Kevlar gloves. So Ben is going to be able to pick this piece up off the end of the pipe and hold it for a moment as they torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends. And to break this off, just like earlier, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe, and that always breaks it pretty cleanly off. And once again, they're just getting rid of those leftover sharp ends on the bottom. And to put this piece away, they're going to put this in the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. This is going to hold it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit, and then with the press of a button, it will slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for completing their first piece after their lunch break here. Thank you. And this is continuous, so they will get started on that next bowl at the center bench pretty soon here. If you missed the beginning of the process, you can see how they use the baking soda inside of the glass to get those air bubbles. And once again, over on that left bench, you can see a good view of it up on that screen. We're using the frit, the pieces of colored glass, to get our blue color for these little medallions. And once again, we need multiple layers of this color to make sure that we have a solid appearing color on the surface of our glass. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And it looks like we're getting started at that center bench again. All of our blown projects start with just a simple, small, clear bubble. And in this case, they're going to blow this a little bit bigger and then stuff it into that bucket of baking soda and water. And now that they've let this glass cool down and harden a little bit, they went ahead and dunked that glass into that bucket of baking soda and water. Once again, the water is instantly evaporating, just leaving that layer of baking soda behind. And when we apply water to glass, it is usually creating thermal shock. In this case, if you were to look, you would be able to see cracking across the surface of the glass. So they're going into the furnace, making sure that the glass is going to stay warm enough to stay together. And now that we have our layer of baking soda, this is gathered over one more time. And this is going to trap that layer of baking soda in between the two layers of clear glass. And this is creating a bunch of small air bubbles just trapped inside of that glass. Now this tool here, if I didn't mention it to you guys already, simply a stack of newspaper soaked in water. And this is pretty much as close as you can get to using your hands on the glass to shape that glass. It's just that pad of material. So they're going to use this quite a bit to kind of change the way the bubble is blowing out. If we apply pressure on the bottom, kind of like the very end of the pipe, this is going to push the bubble out to the sides and kind of create a rounder, squatter shape. If we were to hold the paper on the side, then this is going to create a longer, kind of thinner shape. And since we are making a relatively squat bowl, they're going to be holding it mostly on the bottom, as you can see. And next, Sarah goes in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, to carve a jack line into the glass. And the jack line is where we remove this piece from the pipe later on. And when we're making the jack line, we're not cinching all the way down. We still want air to pass through that opening and into the bubble itself. Now, after heating this glass up one more time, Sarah's actually holding that bubble up towards the ceiling. And you can see this is kind of allowing that glass to slump down on itself and create a squatter shape. And of course, we can do the opposite. We can hang the bubble down, and this will create a longer, narrower shape. We're basically just using gravity as another one of our tools. And next we're going to need to flatten the bottom of this piece. So they're just going to focus a little extra heat to the very bottom of this bowl, since this is the only part we want to alter at the moment. The rest of the bowl seems like they're happy with the shape. And it looks like we're at the point again of applying our lip wrap. So at the center bench, Ben is rolling this molten glass into a dish. And inside of this dish, we have either a green or a red frit, little shards of colored glass. And once again, this piece is opened up just a little bit, but they leave that opening pretty small. So when they go ahead and apply that color, this is going to make sure that when they open it up, it slowly starts to kind of smooth out and get a little bit thinner, just like the glass it's being applied to. You can imagine if we were to apply it at the very end, it would still kind of be chunky and a little bit uneven, just like this right here. So applying it earlier gives it time to smooth and even out. I was just about to introduce you to what was happening in the hot shop. So at the center bench, we have some of our hot shop team members working on some items for the store. And these are specifically going to be bowls today. We've made plenty of these so far. And one thing that is special about them is we've been using this baking soda and water mixture to get these little air bubbles inside of the glass. And then we're also going with a festive theme today, just like we did yesterday, based off of these pieces on the front pedestals here. So we'll have like a little rim of green glass or a little rim of red glass. And then over on that left bench, they're working on a commission project. And they told me that they need to make about 1,000 of these little blue medallions of glass. So it's a relatively quick process, but maybe less so when they're making 1,000 of them. So they've been working on those all day. And if you have any questions, let me know. So at the center bench, I'll point out that this glass that we have on the end of our pipe is completely clear so far. It looks like we haven't applied the baking soda for this piece specifically. And to shape this piece out and blow it out into a bowl, you'll usually see them using this stack of newspapers here soaked in water. That's all this pad is simply a stack of newspapers. And this is pretty much as close as you can get to using your hands on the glass. And next, the artists go in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades that Sarah's using here. Carving a jack line into the glass. That jack line is that divot you see forming near the pipe. And this is where we break this piece away from the pipe later on. And I know sometimes it can be a little hard to hear me, so I just wanted to point out up on the screen, I have closed captioning. And right here, maybe a little bit hard to tell, but Ben is actually keeping his hand on the end of the pipe and pushing with a paddle on the bottom of our piece. So when we're pushing on the glass, we usually need to cover up the end of the pipe because it's just like a giant straw, so air can come in and air can go back out. So if we don't want the piece to collapse, we need to be able to maintain a positive pressure inside the piece. And this right here, this is just a nozzle blowing some compressed air onto the bottom of the glass. You can hear that hissing noise. This is just cooling it down more rapidly than if we were to just leave it alone. So it looks like the bottom of this piece at the center bench is finished. So Ben is preparing a clear attachment on the end of a second pipe. And this is going to be attached right where you see that little marking on the bottom of our piece. They're just going to attach this as centered as they can to the very bottom. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the puntee. The purpose of the puntee is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece by breaking the piece off from its original pipe. So once they're happy with that connection, they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece pretty cleanly off. So now you can see we have access to the other side of the piece as well as that opening on the top. And we could start to open this up a little bit and turn it into our bowl. So you could kind of see up on the screen, they're dropping this molten glass onto a table, and then they just lightly torch it before stamping it with this brass stamp. And they pretty much just leave the glass like that. They allow it to cool down quite a bit before they put it away. And these are just individual pieces on their own. They're not a part of a bigger piece or anything. And they're just called medallions. They're just like little cookie-shaped pieces of glass.